Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm just trying to post my message, honey. I didn't mean to get you so aggro. Didn't mean to get you so aggro. Oh no. Can I even put this here? Is that gonna blind me? Yo, I'm gonna get blinded by the fucking sun. Something, positivity. Yeah, here's the makeup stream. Snap. Flushed emoji. Looking mighty fine on this makeup stream. The sun is blaring in my eyeballs, and also on this tablet, which is making my cat attack the wall because of the reflection. We're off to a great start. Hello, Ruby! How are you? What kind of eyeliner or foundation or whatever that shit is called do you use? Well, I am not the most exciting girly girl, I must admit. I actually don't really wear foundation or eyeliner or makeup in any capacity, so not really the right person to ask. That would be more a Rose or literally anyone else. Hello, Satoros! I am very el naturel, for better or for worse. How are the friends? Happy Monday. That's a weird thing to say. Monday. I haven't done anything in Genshin yet today because I was like, well, I'm gonna stream anyway, so I might as well just leave it for the stream. It sounds like you're feeling better. Well, the thing is, it wasn't like a cold. It was, I was dealing with like muscle weakness and fatigue to the point where I couldn't even walk. So I am doing better today because I can walk and I can talk. So that's, you know, a work. That's better. You got COVID? Yikes! You poor thing. Hopefully it's a more mild case of it.
Prey will usually rest on rainy days, but not the hunter.
I mean, I still have the feeling. It's just not as bad as it was yesterday. So I'm hoping it just, you know, goes away. But we'll see. Because for me, I've had this on and off ever since I threw my back out back in 2014 or 2015. I think it was 2014. Where I'll go months being completely fine and normal, and then suddenly I just feel super heavy and can't really move my arms and legs, and I have a brain fog. I think there must be something wrong with my nerves at some point where they're either getting pinched or they're not shooting the right signals or something. The few times I've tried going to a doctor to figure it out, or at least trying to get a family doctor, one of them suspected fibromyalgia, which I did not believe to be correct, because although the symptoms are similar, I did not experience the pain that people who have fibromyalgia do, and also the fact that mine goes away and comes back. Fibromyalgia, they're dealing with it constantly, so it's a bit different. But yeah, they weren't able to ascertain what it was, and it was funny because like I was applying to have that lady be my family doctor because my previous one let me go, troll lol. And she's like, sorry, but I don't really specialize in this sort of thing. So she rejected me. And I don't really feel right going to like, the ER for something that only comes once in a blue moon. When it does come, it can last any time between one day to like a couple of months. So luckily for me, it seems to be on the shorter end this time around. But needless to say, it's been it's been a struggle. I am on a wait list for a family doctor. Here's the real kicker is after that doctor rejected me, I put myself on the provincial wait list for a family doctor, and 3 years after I put myself on that list, I got an email asking if I still needed a family doctor. So I responded immediately like, yes, I do, help. And then like a week or two later, I get an email from them again saying that because I did not respond, even though I did, they put me back at the end of the wait list, and it's been another 6 years since then. So I've been on my provincial wait list for 9 years now. Isn't that great? Isn't that lovely? I even replied back, like, did you not see this other email? Like, I forwarded it to them, but then I didn't get any response back, so fuck me, I guess. Like, damn. According to... I read a news article, this was probably like 6 months ago, so who knows, it might be even higher now. But I read a news article that the wait list now is over I think, was it 400? It might have been like 150,000 people or something, which is a significant number considering my province only has like, I don't know, like 1 million something people. So it's literally like 15% of the population is on a wait list. Yeah, I should have. This might be a terrible thing to admit, but Lady has an absolute terrible time trying to stand up for herself, especially in regards to her health. So, yeah, that's... or in general. Life is hard. Me asking for help, really difficult. I need to get over that, though. Hey. No, handsome boy. Go on. The tablet has a reflection of the light, and it's putting it on the wall, and the cat just keeps trying to go for it, and I'm like, stop. Lady, let us help you. Oh. Well, I mean, the fact that you get to hang out during my streams is very kind. I do appreciate the company. Also, hello, Crispy. I don't know if I said hello the first time, but now I've definitively said hello. But yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of a wreck. Paimon screams! Oh, Matt also sent me a message earlier, too. It's kinda... oh, we love you. You guys are gonna make me cry. I mean, I almost made myself cry, but... I guess I'm getting a little vulnerable today. Maybe I'm not doing better today. Uh-oh. I love you too, Crispy. You're super sweet. I need to send something to Matt, too. Oh my god, Ruby's online right now. Are you rolling for Clorand, or are you just here to be a goob? Okay, well, today's objective, aside from my stick drift having her walk into the abyss, is play this thing to do my dailies, and then complete whatever dailies I need to do. Fight the weekly bosses with the resin that's there, and then do the Archon quest. That is our trajectory for this stream. Sir, I'm not trying to talk to you. I'm trying to... there we go. I gotta do the defense one, I think. I find the defense one more difficult than the attacking one. Because the attacking, you can kind of just bully it, but this one you have to be a little more strategic, and, you know, sometimes I'm about that life, but other times not so much. Interesting. I have no green units to take care of those purple units they have. Well, I guess we'll just see how it goes. We'll just YOLO. Alright, let's see what happens. I appreciate you being a goob. You're the bestest goob that ever was. Once you get the 30 primos from watching, you can do another pull. That's excellent. That was the mission all along. Right flank. Oh, I didn't mean to put this down. I was... fuck. Okay, well. I done goofed it. I can't pick it back up either. Why are you going that way? I literally how dare you? I'm being bullied. Where's support beacon? If it isn't the 5-star, you're quitting Genshin. I feel like you quit Genshin a long time ago. This is bad. I don't have anything for either side, really. Alright, let's see how it goes. Well, I hope you get a 5-star. You deserve it.
Let's end this now.
His ass.
Let's end this now.
I don't know if this thing can even... Fuck. He can't even attack them! Get their asses! There we go. I did great. I had 97%. I'm honestly god tier. Even with me being like, oops, spot. They stopped giving you 5 stars. Well, I feel that's because you also haven't been getting the primos to turn them in. But what do I know, to be honest? Wow. I went from 13 to 16 with that. Ugh, we still have to do one of the random dailies. Which ones do I have available? That's underwater. What's this one? Beat up some thieves. Alright, that's what we're doing. Oops. I did not mean to interact with this. I was like, ooh, is that something I can pick up? I thought it was like a flower or something. Trying to figure out where I would like my tablet to be because the sun is a bitch. Okay, let us collect the daily commissions and see if I have enough for a wish. I'm trying to get Cloran's sword. Though I guess I should be saving my primos for Farina's second constellation, but I'm not about that life. Do I have enough? I do not. Maybe after we play through the story, it'll give us some primos. Alright, well we're gonna do bosses first. Or at least the 2 bosses I care about. I don't really care about getting a 3rd one so much. I've never fought this boss with this team. I typically just use Nuvolette and Prophet. That's it. You absolute hoe.
This is where you fall.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's gonna die. He almost died.
Loaded.
There is a Sunflora in the chat.
Into the shadows.
God, I miss Lynette. He just goes through these so fast.
Loaded.
How did you live? Get out of here.
Time to testify. Transfixed. Everlasting as the moon.
Kazuha also deletes them, right?
Into the shadows.
I wanted my friendship team to do it so they get friendship points, but I have regrets. Like, they're not bad, they're just not fast at it, you know? Also, hello, Met. Congrats on your Sunfloras. Hello, Corvin.
Loaded.
No, not having Nubilet here sucks. No. Just for that, fuck you.
Witness.
Oh, you're gonna go down there, aren't you?
Enough.
Into space.
Time to testify. Laid bare.
I've never taken this long in my life. Nubilet carries me so hard and I never realized. Ooh, let's get Chevy to do it.
Stop right there.
Oh, you didn't do it! How about you? You knew it wouldn't make the sound, but you had hope. Here you go. Bruh. How are the friends today? Let's heal my stupidity and then we'll go to the next one. I have to fight Arlecchino. I think I'll probably use Nubilet on this one. It's just scarier.
Ready for anything.
Yeah, she's ready for anything. Let's go. What you want? Bet she's gonna die.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? Is it my turn now?
The tides beckon.
Let my name echo in song! Make yourselves a who!
I swear by my sword! Now that's more like
Bow
it.
your head.
Sorry, Jean.
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise.
Aw, you perv.
Have a taste of purgatory. With these rising flames,
Ow.
Is it my turn now?
Ow.
Time to shine.
Be sanctified.
Is it my turn now? Not bad. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
Okay, I knew I was getting loosey-goosey with that one, but damn.
Praise.
Ow.
Someone help me.
That was rude. What?
Hear me. Yoo-hoo! Let the world collide!
The sun and moon have set. Only ruin remains. You struggle in vain.
Silence! The tides beckon.
Hello, Ray!
This is only the beginning.
Oh, I did not do that right.
Let's see how strong your resolve truly is.
Get out of here. You've never seen some of these attacks. Wow, I see how this is. How you doing, Jimmy? I do appreciate the rips for Nahida. She was fine, okay? Don't worry about it so much. Still haven't done this boss. She is one of the scarier ones. I think I need the other one, but I only get these. Like, I'm fighting her each week, so I can ironically level her up, because she's the one that needs them. Where? There she is. For fuck's sake. Yeah, I have really bad luck with this. How did I find the Archon quest? I don't know, Ray, I haven't done it yet. I was doing my dailies first, and then we were going to do it next. She's interesting since she's very tanky phase 1, but phase 2 you can kill her in like 10 seconds. Well, that requires me to actually do that. You thought you did it already since it's that short? I've only been streaming for what, like 20 minutes? I don't think it's that short, is it? Surely they don't talk for like one conversation and it's like, you're done. Please don't tell me it's just that. Hi, buddy. My good boy. Surely. Hello, Noodle. Hello, friends. I think for funsies, just so that we can get it out of the way for our battle pass. Sometimes what I do, because it's goofy, to get the 3 of 3 trance domains, but not actually collect this reward, I just fight this, at level, like, sometimes I'll do it level 90, but I think it's really funny when it's just level 40. Like, it doesn't matter who you pick, it's just gonna murder. 6 to 9 hours of the big quest, teehee. Don't like that he gets locked in place. It's going through Storm Terror! What am I supposed to do? Buddy. Oh, you only want the cuddles when I'm streaming. When you hear me talking to absolutely nobody, that's when he has to come say hi. Oh, buddy. Yeah, for level 90, Devalin, I use Eula simply because it's the only time I ever really get to use her. He's making sure you haven't gone too crazy. Yeah, that's true. Oh. He just wants to be part of it. Whatever it is, he has to be part of it.
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
Oh my god, he's trying to eat you. He is. He's trying to eat you. No, no. Oh, Jesus. Buddy, please, listen. Listen. I don't need that. 60 resin plus how much do I have condensed? Oh, I have all 5. Today is a Monday. I don't really know what I want to use that on. We're gonna do the Archon quest first. Going back to Sumeru. Her name is Chlorand. Thank you. Not chlorine. She's not bleach.
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
Which Archon do you need us to deal with today? Why do they just automatically assume?
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
That seems pretty intense.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
OMG me.
Well, that's us for sure.
Obviously it's Bennett. Flattery will get you everywhere with Paimon.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot.
Hit me with your best shout.
If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
It's
This
me.
commission
You have
was
to find
jointly
me.
issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information about his general appearance.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have
I
failed
mean,
to
my
complete
neighbors
this
don't know my name,
commission,
so that's fair.
Maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out.
Oops. True, that would be a little
In
strange.
any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara Village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand, but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
Alright then, let's go! Paimon's starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Let's go. Let me guess, the missing guy is our brother. Wah wah wah! You're in our conquest. There is a Ponyta in the chat. Go get your Pokemons. Pokemans! Can't just know you. I did.
some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy.
I'm stealing their
If this commission
cabbages.
is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
After I steal all of their everything.
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission
Noodle your
here
bowl.
in Vamara Village.
Ah, so you're here about that then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions.
Is there anything else you can tell us? Balls. I haven't caught any Pokemon in this stream yet. Maybe I'm just not supposed to stream on Mondays. Community game is punishing me.
I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know?
Sure.
We just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
He was super cool.
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his
handsome
neck
boy,
for others
hello.
on more than one occasion.
69
interesting guy,
Pokeballs, holy cow.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure.
So
To think
genuine
that
and
he
pure.
just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Just like my baby.
Moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village?
He's a beautiful
There's no way
boy.
he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. Alright, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more.
Hello. Hello. I'm being blinded by the sun. I can't stream in the evenings during the summer. I'm just constantly hissing. I'm like a vampire, like, ah! So it's just in my eyeballs. I can't even, my eyes have those like, you know, those like speckles when you're just like, ah. Here, have bird. I can see the bird from a mile away. Oh. No, you don't have to just eat them immediately. That's not what you have to do. Oh, she's gonna, stick drift walk there. That works. Did you just try to bite my nose thinking it was the microphone? Oh my goodness. We'll get there eventually. This is how we're supposed to make the quest take longer, right? Evil, silly car. Brum brum. It's actually really funny that it's working like this. Where's the... Oh, no, I fucked up. No, I have to do it now. Dang it.
It's the guests I hear.
Maybe.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy
You want
to
to
help
roll for
any
this
way
guy?
I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty.
Man, imagine leaving such an impact on your community and you don't even know.
I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others.
Leaving such an impact, but at the same time, no one knows your name.
He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say.
He had the dialogue options available to him.
As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Lady, tell Zeramus to drop their card for you. Who or what is Zeramus?
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much.
It's a boss that had a card. Oh, hey, motherfucker, drop that card for Ruby, dang it.
But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
Is it for Triple Triad?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember.
Nice.
No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out. Well, Traveler, what do you think?
Hello, Rose. There's probably more to this case than meets the eyes. A lot of things are not adding up.
Paimon thinks so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
I would say it's more like he's someone who only exists in people's memories.
Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never
A shared
existed
illusion.
to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Maybe.
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
You think Lumine is dumb and ugly? That's rude. I'm sure we'll track him
Yeah,
down.
no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Yes, come to this secluded corner of the jungle. I'm gonna actually change Lumine over to Dendro before I forget. I have her built for Dendro, but she's currently Geo, and the times that she randomly shows up ends up being a pain in the
There's
ass.
still a long...
Now she is a Dendro Beesh. That's not the button. Thank you. I need to give her an actual sword, but otherwise, like, whatever. I just wanted her to not be Geo. Mom says hi, she heard you on the stream. OMG! Hello! I'm sending all my love. I hope you're doing well.
No need to fret.
You can't blow her up with your mind. That's not how it works, Matt. SMH, my head. Your mom doesn't like Bridgerton? Okay, that kind of tracks, though. I don't really see it being up her alley. You're totally shocked? Yeah, I'm sure.
Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky, or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been.
Ooh, what does she think about it? Also, I'm curious if anyone else here in the chat is a fan of Bridgerton or watches the show. Or read the books.
I was actually adopted by the people of Vamar Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all.
That's very on brand for your mom. I love it.
Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden.
Bruh, I totally get what you mean.
Really? You know exactly how I feel?
I used to have someone like that, a family member who I could talk to no matter what. But now, I have a lot of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me.
Lumine
No
loves
matter what came my
family.
way, I knew I could always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure, and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close.
Why is Malik marrying Lumine?
Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well.
Hello, Spidey.
Oh, right. I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore.
You love the new 200 resin cap. I've been capping on resin because asking me to log in again just to spend resin is a nah. Now you haven't been capping since. Oh yeah, honestly, same. I really appreciate that it goes up to 200. I mean, I'm in a habit of not really going above 160 anyway, but it is nice to have that extra leeway. Why not? Is she too good for him? No, he is meant for Sita. There is an Oricorio. Sure, there's Pokemon in the chat. Bird Pokemon. Bird. Sita isn't as good as Lumine. You're right, she's a lot better.
I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away.
Ruby or Ball.
I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help.
Don't say that. You helped us understand it better.
The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together.
You can marry
Come to think of
Paimon?
it,
Get the fuck out of
every
here.
time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
It was always the same time of day, and time never seemed to pass. Based on what we've learned, this is definitely not a regular missing persons case. What Altassa just told us about the time could be the key to unraveling this whole mystery.
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange?
Hey, I caught a bird. Congrats, friends.
The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Into the shadows.
Oh shit. I wish I had not this, but that's okay.
Loaded.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
Is Malik Dane's leaf? I don't know about that. The question we should be asking now is, what is the Abyss Order doing around here?
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vilmara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Save the villagers! Did I get Primos for that? Who knows?
Wait a second. The person... It's Dane's Leaf!
Leaf? I always thought it was Leaf. Oh my god, he just one-shot those fools.
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. See you later.
His name is Monday.
Tosa?
Because it's Monday.
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Oh, Yuri Lowenthal.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
We're also on their tail, but I'll admit we ran into them on accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilly trail activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilichurl activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
Well, let's see what more we can learn from the villagers. And after that, you also owe us many answers. Dr. Oz! Me and the homies love Oz.
And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk. Ah. So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara Village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilichurl activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
Well then, how about the intel you promised me?
Right! That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
I love the change in music. Dun dun dun. I want to have faith in him.
I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is
John
Vedafolnir,
Cena.
the Visionary.
Or
I'm loath to
Walder
admit it, but
Mir.
he is also my kin, my older brother.
Oh shit.
Your brother?
What happened between the two of you? What really happened in Conria back then?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Conria. The wise Roptatir, the visionary Vedafolnir, Gold Rhindaughter, the foul Sertalogi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir.
I mean, we know about Rhindaughter at least. The other ones, not so much. Thank you for improving my English. It's very funny and interesting here. It is certainly something. I appreciate you dropping by, Melbomin.
No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertalogi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedafolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Somehow everything is connected. If that's true, then the stone slates we found in that ruin in Fontaine, the ones that outlined Fontaine's prophecy, that was likely Vedafolnir's doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Conria. Those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. The 6 of us, together.
I am
We
the
should have
voice.
been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world.
They wanted to give me a chance to voice act and be part of the story, Ruby.
Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world.
Voice act your life? You just want me to narrate all that you do?
So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings. each in possession of world-shattering power.
I don't know
And
about a
when the
park duck.
cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
And then my sibling came into contact with your brother. Brother!
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
It must be hard to talk about all of this, but thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osile and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment.
Moral of the story, kill your siblings? Noted.
The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective.
They can't betray you if you betray them first. Noted. I'm taking notes. I have a few siblings, so eyeball emoji. Watch out.
Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
Ruby, I think you'll have an easy time of that. Rose is lacking in siblings.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
And one of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories.
Wait, then our commission here in Vamara Village. The person who seems to exist only in people's memories. Could it be connected?
You'd eat Dane's leaf, oh dear. Memories. Ley lines. The Loom of Fate. The missing person that doesn't seem to exist. What's the connection between all this?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
I love how he's just inviting
Dane
himself.
again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
What if I don't want you on my party, huh?
So tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
I didn't sleep well either. My head's a mess.
Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
What the Sigma? Lady, will you be my Skibbity Ohio Sigma?
This is such a great place for a vacation. Let me just take a few more days.
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here?
Wow, jeez. No, she's gonna be Daneslave's chat alpha. There's a chat tot in the chat. Wow, throw your safari balls. Go, go, go. That's my reaction.
Did something happen?
What's wrong, Dane?
The missing person from your commission Could you describe them to me?
I'm a young millennial teacher and just left the high school I was working at. My 10th grade students made me a card where they said their farewells and whatnot. One student wrote the above phrase, and initially I thought it was just a string of nonsense, but the internet has led me to believe that some of these words have meaning. Excuse you?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
This is cursed, thank you.
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
Well, what exactly did you remember?
I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
Oh snap. Congrats on your chatot.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then!
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
How's that even possible?
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way.
Is the eye still safe? What if that memory is real?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Are we gonna be tailed by the Abyss Order?
Oh, so
like
you're
that was
going
the
to take
plan?
us to where you hid it?
But what if someone follows us? If we go straight there and someone is on our tail, aren't we just exposing the eye's location? I mean, obviously he's doing that as a trap for the Abyss Order, but like, you know. Maybe that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted that memory in the first place, to force Dane to confirm the eye's location. Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dane has already thought of that possibility. It seems like he might already have a plan. Lead the way, Dane.
Of course.
My god, I feel like I'm part of the story when I get to say her lines. You're dying and some random bird lady is staring at you? Good. Hi, honey. Welcome back, baby.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
What was Dane going to tell me just now?
Hey, wait up!
Oh my god, it's a Lua! Hello, girl! How are you? I'd say happy Monday. I mean, for you, it's like the Thursday of your week, so happy Monday to you, I guess. Everyone else might groan, though. Our big run carry. Indeed. It's thanks to her that we made it as far as we did. I am hanging in there. Oh look, the recommended elements are my team exactly. Incredible. It's your Friday, even better. Happy Monday to you, babes. Hope I'm feeling better. Well, I'm still dealing with issues, but better today than yesterday. Like, substantially, so we'll deal with that. I went on a small tangent at the beginning of the stream.
Lay to bear.
Yeah, beat up those mushrooms!
This is where you fall. Into the shadows.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
What if I don't want to? Huh? What about them apples? Ooh, treasure chest. I like how it's just perfectly framed there. Oh, we're gonna get our goodies this way. We just need 3 more of those types of chests and then we're golden. What if this man gets his time of day? Yeah! I missed. I missed again. It's hard when I can't move. What the hell? Why is it going through him?
Loaded. Hunt them down.
Fuck him up. He got fucked. This is my friendship team, which does not have the best chemistry with each other. They're 3 DPS and 1 support, so it's kind of awkward. But you know, we're hanging in there. Excuse you. Let me in.
Make sure all the runes
Oh my
are
God.
pointing in the direction indicated by the light.
Oh, I gotta rotate.
That should unlock the mechanism.
How do these rotate? I guess... Oh, wait a second. I have a galaxy brain. That was not the galaxy brain, but we're getting there. It's this one.
Ah, the door's open. Let's go.
Lua
Our
forward
destination
stream.
is just up ahead.
You're like, when does this end? You only ever need 1 support, big brain, you're amazing. No, I mean, some of my teams, which I can't look at right now, are just 1 DPS with a bunch of supports, because I like making them hyper carries, you know, where they're like super swole. I do have a team like that for Colorand, but I'm still getting friendship points for Arlecchino and Sethos, so... You get private access to my hole. That's a flushed emoji right there. God, 4.1 Fontaine was out in October. Just I could tell
Looks
just
like
based
we
on
can't
that
go
comment.
any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the Abyss.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Shocker.
You asked for it!
His ass.
Drop your weapons!
Excuse me?
Shoot on sight.
Ow.
Everlasting as the moon.
Stop right there! Justice will prevail!
Way ahead of you!
Ready.
I love shooting women.
Just as I suspected.
Or women shooters.
The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here.
Do you think there will ever be a time where the word skibbity will make it into a formal business email? Ruby, what makes you think it hasn't already happened?
Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Dane? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
Leave you here on your own? Will you be alright?
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager.
That's not very skibbity, Ohio. Squishy, squishy, no thank you.
Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Alright. Goodbye. Dane does have a point, but something still feels off. What am I missing? Crunch, crunch, crunch. I had a feeling.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
OMG, it's a brother!
You risked your safety. And that of the Eye.
He even gets to speak!
That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say, but if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
I'm gonna have to watch this scene again later, with Lumine as the Abyss twin. There's Pokemon in the chat.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara Village and see what's going on.
I always love when it's like, we better hurry back and do this thing, and then you just don't move or don't progress the quest for like weeks, and then it's like, oh, it only just happened. So based on the fact that we're blocked in here, I guess we would have to complete it. Loser village, not like this.
Look at those hilichurls over there.
They seem strangely calm.
Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
Wait, I hear something.
In the new world, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun.
The hill trolls are not the residents of Fairlift.
At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?
You heard it too, Paimon. It was someone's voice.
It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilichurls in some way? Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else.
Hilichurls are now Catholic? Wow. I'm gonna steal your goodies. Thank you.
Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hilichurls are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
It's that voice again.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
It looks like they're dead.
In the end, he whispered softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people."
My slingshot is in the store and the bin big.
When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the hilichurls have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least.
Lady was drunk for that one? No, items that are fake in the stores in Zelda randos are like they're ice traps, but they are misspelled. So the slang shut and the bin big were two of the false names I was given.
Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
I'm gonna make it my headcanon that you were drunk. You guys have not seen me as a drunk. Or heard me as a drunk. I don't tend to drink on my streams. I think you have a drinking problem. You know, I think I would need money to have a drinking problem. Alcohol is expensive, what do you mean? Drink on your streams? Hydrate? I just finished my beverage. But thank you. I will drink more later. In my head canon, Lady is a cat collector that throws boomerangs at people. Well, I lack in boomerangs, but I do have a cat.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear.
Meow, hi!
You didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Hi, baby. You wanna cuddle? Come here. Come here, my boy.
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Huh?
You don't remember? Things just got even more complicated.
Well, you know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Come here.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
Thank you.
But how is that? Alright.
No.
Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea.
Amadea.
Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again?
Nightbot is a mood. It's too early to say. We should check in with the others first.
You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else then.
Hi, honey. Good boy. You know, good boys don't need to smack the mic and eat it, you know. It's unnecessary. No. They don't want to get smacked around by you. I mean, they might want to get eaten by you, but that's another story, okay? Lady smack me around.
Someone's going
It would
missing?
be my pleasure.
Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing?
Have you seen him recently?
Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
He's probably with Otessa. Atosa. At the tree.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him, and apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
I doubt returning to the past would be that simple. Given everything Dane mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. I need to think carefully. What's really going on? Oh, I have to actually select things. Dang. I was going to make a joke about Skibbity Toilet or whatever, but regrettably. People have forgotten about the missing person. We are presently traversing someone's memories.
If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time. That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
If we really are in someone's memory, then this is our chance to find him.
Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him?
The tree.
Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is.
Let's go through what we know so far.
Good idea. That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
Fortnite dance. Implant memories into the minds of others.
Right! That! Could we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tell. Scenes from false memories will not change. Time does not pass within false memories.
If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this in conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to have an obvious answer.
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described.
Medea? No.
Oh, right! That's exactly what Atosa described!
This Paimon is fake. She is sounding too smart. She does have her moments of genius. They allow her more moments of, like, you know, having a singular thought, whereas before it might have just been like, huh? The whole time.
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory.
Let's go to the tree!
Yeah, that's where they'll be.
We zoom in. Tree.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose.
She totally is. I only knew this Granny for 2 seconds, but I can tell what's going on here.
Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman. You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Well, he's wearing a Conrian outfit, and he's got eyes similar to Kaya.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Splatoon stream right now? Okay. Da-da-da-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. We finally found him, but why does he look kind of familiar?
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
You're... Factoring in the memories, the Abyss Order, the Loom of Fate, and everything else, I need to think of the one person that can connect all of this together. Munchlax! You're right, Munchlax is the one that can connect it all together. There's a Munchlax in the chat, guys. It's not just me being a turd bucket. Is it that one?
Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate. You're Caribert Alberic.
Alberic, which is Kaya's ancestor. You got in Splatoon and there's maintenance in an hour? Oh, you wanted me to play Splatoon because you're actually playing Splatoon? Oh, snap.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her.
The big run reward. I need to go collect that too.
But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
Let's just hang out in her memories. Seems fine. Yeah, you're in my memories. Also, hello, PP. Can someone translate that for me? That's taking longer to load. The proof of existence leaves. I got my Prevos. I got what I wanted. This area is pretty. PP. You need to hydrate. I just finished my drink, though. What is this place?
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world, after all. As you well know.
You look quite exhausted.
It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this. And now, the time has finally arrived.
He's a cute NPC. This is a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try to learn as much information from Care Bear. Care Bear. I'm just gonna call him Care Bear. I'm sorry. What exactly happened to you? What exactly is the Loom of Fate?
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate. But, despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion.
07. He's a ghost.
The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Care Bear is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Weaving ley lines?
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But, as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own.
You can't say Gar
Once
and then
fully
loser.
completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories. But it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
So that was the source of your ability to implant memories.
Yes. I have the ability to control the Loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dane's mind were implanted by Care Bear through the half-finished Loom of Fate. That makes sense, but I'm still lost as to why he went so far as to introduce himself to all the residents of Vimara Village. Why did you implant memories of yourself into the people of Vimara Village?
That. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
So that's why. I would have never guessed. But is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living?
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless?
Wear a fursuit.
But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life.
They look like dolls.
Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. ... Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness.
8? Damn, I thought he was at least
of nothingness.
I thought that he would be allowed to at least make it to 20 before he got used for the Loom of Fate, but they fucking used him at 8. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but like, damn.
Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
In the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Conria back then. You know, everyone is looking for you.
I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
As I understand it. Even though you only appeared in their memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believe you once lived among them.
I know.
Well, now that I've found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Dane might still need my help.
Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end.
Settled?
Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing.
You're also
the
dead!
The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
Or that. What? The Loom of Fate is already complete? That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Could something have happened to Dane?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you, and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the Eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
But Dane never handed me the eye.
That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Wait, does that mean he gave Dane a false memory? You made him think that? When?
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait.
Hmm?
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
So when Dane froze up back then, it was because a false memory was being implanted in his mind. No wonder.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
So Dane had the eye this whole time, until the Abyss Order took it away. I'm not sure there's anything we could have done. Now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning on doing with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
Your goal?
You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory. After he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form, I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
07. So the thing that caused the hilichurls to calm down back then was Care Bear's story. So that was his goal. That was the only thing he wanted. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal, and all he wanted to do if it was to offer the hilichurls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
Perhaps. I think it was very meaningful indeed.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
There's Pokemon in the chat. of 7.
Looks like I was too late to see Caribert one last time. Caribert's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
Oh my god, they get to talk! Congrats on your Pokemon. Does she get to talk too? There's no Paimon here, so hopefully.
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I almost can't believe it's real.
That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
What exactly are you planning? What are you going to do with the Loom of Fate?
The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time. Before the Heavenly Principles awaken.
The Heavenly Principles are still asleep?
Yes. For 500 years now. Ever since the Cataclysm in Conria. There's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes? Such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be. Or what might trigger it.
You really hate the Heavenly Principles, don't you?
You could say that. Just look at Caribert. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful. Even as a hilly churl, seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world. Even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the Heavenly Principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. ... Lumine?
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
Subs! I love that they both get to talk! Finally! It only took 4 years.
There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together. You told me. You wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
Oh, that's tragic.
Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
Well, that's tragic.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here.
We were in a temporary coma.
And Dean came by just now. It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
He never changes, does he? I'm having trouble thinking straight right now.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear.
Care Bear.
He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Care Bear and I talked for a while. He told me about the Loom of Fate. Oh yeah, someone translated it, right? Farewell, Atosa. I apologize for making you know me unwillingly. Still, I don't wish you to forget me. That's tragic AF. Come on. Dang.
Wait, really? What a score!
I guess our commission is complete then. The missing villager, the person who only existed in people's memories, was Care Bear all along. But now that he's gone, I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
Well, what happened after that?
After that... Huh, I can't seem to remember. Maybe I'm just tired? I feel like something else happened, but why can't I remember? I'm not sure why, but it almost feels like I lost something.
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Bayram, you sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
You woke
Something
up.
Good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. It looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
So that's how Care Bear said his goodbyes. That was the last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Kari Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
I took the fan out of the window. I was getting chilly. Hey, I kissed you and you go to bite my hand? Can't believe this. OMG, switch the H and R around in his name. H and R. Oh, we're talking. Yeah. Barham. Equivalent exchange kiss for a bite. I'll give you another kiss. You want a bite? That is a unique name. Make sure you remember it this time.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Kari Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Care Bear is gone. The Loom of Fate is now complete, and no one else will try to change the villagers' memories.
Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened.
Then the A and R.
I didn't see her in the village just now,
Bram.
so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Rose says slaps. She wants to give you slaps.
Move it.
That's one way to go about business.
Hey, Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you.
Oh, it's you.
I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important.
I'm sure he wouldn't want you to forget him.
It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right? Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
Oh.
Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
I'm sure he had his reasons.
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now. Oh, right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Kari Bear?
Right. What was it that happened? Can't remember. Huh? It feels like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
You must get along with each other, the two of you. Oh, look how sad they look. Damn. Well, I can see what people mean by it being short, because, like, that was maybe an hour and a half at most, when typically the story quests are, like, 3 to 5 hours. Like, I bet Sino's is longer. Yo, we get a wish! Woo! Oh, we have enough for 2 wishes! Let's go get her sword! Are you ready, Rose? Sino who? Sino these nuts! Oh. Sino these nuts, baby! Let's go! Oh my god! Woo! There's a sad 2 in the chat! Oh my god, the moment it started changing color, my fucking heart was in my throat. Oh my god. Look, honey! My Cloran's gonna be beautiful! Now pull on Clorans for C1. I might have to save for Farina C2, but we'll see. It sounds like it does more damage. That's what I get out of that, is damage. One single pull, fine. We'll do it. Here. Should I not get ahhhhh since I don't have him? No single pull for him. No, fuck him. Alright, let's go! Woo! I didn't say Sino these nuts. Gosh darn it. I can't believe I have her sword. Holy cow. Hold on. Hold on. I know what to use my, Oh, no. Oh, look at that. Look at that, honey! My cat is so confused. Oh. Congrats on your C1. Fine. Just, you know, just for YOLOs. I can't even be upset. I got her sword. I don't even know what the pity was because I haven't wished on the weapon banner in so long. It only showed me like the 8 wishes that I've done in the last like week. Save for Farina. We're building pity for Farina. It's fine. It's not like I'll be saving much anyway. It's only from events. Hello, Siege! You just missed it, but I made a Sino these nuts joke, and then I got Cloran's weapon on a single pull. Barbie! Oh, I got a Siege and a Barbie! The gang's all here. You just missed the Archon quest. We literally just finished. You did miss a nuts joke. It's true. And not only that, but it worked. It worked. I'm an absolute moron. But hey, let's level up her thing as much as one can. You're stranded. Are you at the airport again? Oh, at your mom's house. Well, that's a little bit better. OMG spoilers. Well, you didn't see the plot, so it's fine. Though it was a really good plot. It's very short. It took an hour and a half in total, but it is very good. Insufficient movement of an ancient cord. Well, okay. You keep telling yourself you'll get back one day. Well, I can tell you that Cloran's story quest and that Archon quest are both like really good and worth your time whenever you feel like getting back to it. Alright, I'm already maxed. I'm gonna need to go farming a little bit, but that's okay. The fact that we're getting into 80 to start with is honestly impressive. They rebooked your flight without your knowledge, so when you went to go check in for it, it was next Monday? What? I was gonna yell at the rep that answered the phone, but when I spoke with Maria, she sounded like she had already seen some shit today, so I got rebooked for tomorrow. Why would they rebook your flight for an entire week in the future? That makes zero sense. You would think like if they weren't able to fit you on to your originally scheduled flight that they would pick the next available one. What are these? Oh, I'm glad I've been randomly beating up those ladies in Fontaine, because apparently I needed their drops for this. Yeah, Barbie, that makes no sense. Which airline is this? So I know to avoid them in the future. Oh yeah, every airline overbooks it. Oops. Oh my god, I got her sword. Well, that makes my day a bit better, doesn't it? Well, you were meant to stay there for another day. American Airlines, always avoid them. They are the worst. Yeah, I typically don't fly American Airlines. The few times that I have flown through the States for whatever the reason, it depends on what region I'm in, but typically I end up dealing with United a fair amount. They're also kind of trash, but at least I get on my flight at the scheduled time. God, look, she has her sword! I'm a strange one. You've only flown Air Canada, it was okay. Yeah, the fact that Canadian Airlines, your only major two options are Air Canada or WestJet. Air Canada is the more expensive of the two. I've had pros and cons with both of them, but typically I fly WestJet if I'm going out west. Surprise. But sometimes Air Canada, I'll hop on one of their like Air Canada Jazz planes, one of their tiny planes, so that I can make like a short connecting flight to whatever major city hub they want to bring me to. You've heard Air Canada is one of the worst? Yeah, they've been getting substantially worse over the years, but it kind of sucks when you basically have a monopoly happening in airlines. There's only the two options, and then there's like the I guess the newer ones, what is it, like Spirit Airlines or something, where you don't have any baggage and you just like fly one way or something. Is that Zora's domain? Maybe. Basically. It is Genshin Impact's equivalent of Zora's domain. It's a lot of water, and just like the Zoras, you can swim underwater, and it's very pretty. So, yes. Also, hello, wifey. Where? I've never gone to the weapon domain in this region. Where is it? No, that's the boss. I know I could just like pull up the list, but I'm having a fine moment of like, all right, this one is talent books. Is this one? No, that's the whale. Is it this? No, this one is Navia's set, I'm pretty sure. We're getting there. This is the artifact domain. I have never been to the weapon one in Fontaine. Where is it? This? There we go, I figured it out. I can't believe I got her sword. That was so hype. You're a weapon domain? You got me. Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, and Animo suggested. After a character triggers hydro-related reactions. As such, place hydro characters into the party, but what if I want friendship points? Fine, whatever, we'll just deal with it. Lady, put your sword in me? Maybe. Alright, let's see if I really should be doing hydro.
Another test zone.
Excuse me?
Ready.
I don't think that really matters. It made such a point of needing hydro, and then...
Time to testify. Into the...
Did I miss both of them? What happened there? Oh, I still have like 6 seconds left on that.
You asked for it!
Give me some space. Move or be moved.
Ready.
I am am very sad that I understand what Remy just said. She said Ohio Skibbity Giat Sigma Riz and got it. Oh jeez. Teenage Desert Yuri. Yes, I did! I made a Sino these nuts joke, and then I got her sword out of it. So yeah, we're currently farming the weapon domain so I can level it up.
Another test cell. Picked.
I don't know why it was so insistent on Hydro. Like, you don't even need them, really.
Hands where I can see them! Drop your weapons!
Excuse me?
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight!
Can't run from death.
Isn't Genshin a mobile game? I mean, it is. It's on mobile devices, it's on PC, and it's on PlayStation 4 and 5. So, yes. Clearly, these nuts are the way. Yeah, I don't know if anyone clipped that or not, but I might have to check my bot afterwards and and clip it because it was that stupid. Like, it shouldn't have happened, but it did, and now we're just vibing, you know? You're gonna go play a game of Hearthstone and do some grinding on Star Rail. Let's go! I was gonna stream earlier in the day, maybe, like, do Sino story quests. I might still end up doing that. But they were mowing the lawn and, like, weed whacking, the weeds near the building and stuff, so I couldn't really stream earlier. So instead, I was playing Star Rail, and I was doing, like, Simulated Universe and the dailies and Memory of Chaos on my account, and also Rose's account for the memes. You're gonna fake lurk? I appreciate the fake lurk. Let me know how your Star Rail escapades go.
Into the shadow.
Good to see you, Barbie.
Hunt them down. Overruled. Everlasting as the moon. You asked for it. Final warning.
Just gliding over to me.
Transfix.
You bitch. Do your dailies too, but I get the impression that you like doing your dailies. Rose has been very busy lately, so I offered to do her, like, actually do her dailies and stuff on Star Rail just so that she could keep up to date on it. Okay, we have enough for 2 golds right now. This would get us 5 purples. So 5 plus 7 is 12, so that's 4 golds. Do we have any golds as is? I doubt it, but... We have 1, so I actually only need enough for 1 more gold. Which we might be able to get with Ayaka, so we'll see. I can't believe I got her sword, that was so Oh, you know, there's certain characters I just really like, and I want to have both them and their weapon for, and there's some examples like Eula and Yelan, and I just got it for Clarand. I would also like to get it for Farina. I'd love to have Farina's sword, but I think I might need C2 more. I don't know, I think C2 is a better boon for her, and then get the sword, but either way. Houndoom in the chat! And yes, I have finished the... fountain. That's the word. Fountain. Well, yeah, we'll see. Oops. I button mashed. I didn't need that. I didn't want that. My bad. Okay. Alright, Ayaka, you have what, 10% chance to double the product? Okay, listen. Give us a 5th one. Just do it. Dang it. You mean to tell me I need to do math with this? How dare you? How many? I've got 29 sigils. So I could redeem it 9 times. So I'd get 18 greens. That wouldn't really be enough for me. Because I would make 6 blues, which would make 2 purples. And I need 3 purples. I mean, it's close, but not quite. I mean, I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, well now we have 12, so now we can make 4 of them. Alright, come on, Ayaka! Who else is there? It's just Mona? Nah. Alright, give me 2. Fuck you. Actually, I think that was enough anyway. I think we're fine. I'm just being a shithead. We already fit. The moment she gave me the extra blue, that was good enough. No, it's good. I think we have just enough. Yeah. Because she doubled the blue, and that gave us an extra goodie to actually make an extra purple, and then, yeah. We did great. We did it. Lady gaslighting. I'm gaslighting myself. Don't worry about it. Look at that! Oh my god, I have her sword! Look at my baby! Increasing the value of a bond of life increases the damage of the equipping character deals by 16% for 6 seconds. No wonder she's doing so much damage. 240! And then it gives her an extra 20% on top of that, so she's actually doing 260% crit damage right now. Where is her gun, though? It's when you use her elemental skill, she pulls out her gun. So she's got both, but, you know, her sword is her main one that she uses. I am very happy to have her. Oh, I got all of the doohickeys. I should probably level up that too at some point. We have enough for one more wish. Let's get C1 Clarend! Or Sethos. Woo! What if? What if? Damn. I have enough for one more wish. Let's go. Sino these nuts. Damn. It only worked once. Good to know. Gotta save that power and use it responsibly. I would need to get more of these, probably. Can I log into your Genshin? If you would like me to do that every day, I can. I could do that for you. I don't think I have any dream solvents to make. I know her normal attack doesn't really matter because you want to swap out once she's finished with her skill, but still. I do want to triple crown this lady. This lady has all of my love. When I first saw the trailer for Fontaine, I wanted her immediately. Could I tell you why? No. But, I mean, the fact that she's purple and a gunslinger and she has a rapier kind of does help. Don't do dailies, just... What if the next time you sign on, you have, like, tens of thousands of Primo Gems because I did all of the events and I explored your world and just did all of the things. I'm very impressed that you got her. It's pretty dope. I don't know if I'm that level of committed. He's almost done, right? He's got 3 16s to deal with. Oh. I don't know who I want. Well, I guess I could get Fontaine me, but you probably won't. Fontaine you? Who is Fontaine you? I don't suppose it's umbrella warfare, I guess. Wait, I'm down to what, 25 million? Damn, before I got Clorand and Sethos, I was at 33 million. So leveling up their artifacts and their talents, like right now he's at 677, she's 61010. Leveling up their weapons and everything has cost me 8 million. Oh, Emile. Or Emily? I don't know which one. You know what? Fine. Well, Praxis, we can get some of those books. I don't remember how many it wanted, so we're just gonna say 10. Fire! Well, wait for rocks. Well, now I gotta get Navia to go with Clorand. Gotta have her girlfriend. Oh, it's with the French E. It said Emily? Okay, but it's spelled the other way. There. One can say that I have been doing my due diligence. I tried to get all of my characters to level 80, and then I built them their own unique set. Unfortunately, I don't have enough weapons in the game to give them unique weapons, so he's currently borrowing Ganyu's bow. Yeah, we're working on it. Honestly, I'm currently just using him more as a battery for Clorand. I use his skill, generate the particles, and then just swap over to Clorand. Maybe instead of giving him DPS bow, I should try to make him more support on purpose. Like, give him a sacrificial bow. I don't know. Or which is it, Favonius bow that generates the particles? Yeah. Rose, what do you think I should do? Should I continue? The only thing I have left to do are Chiori and Sino's quests. This one has Teenage Desert Yuri in it. I don't know how long it will take though. The story quests are typically like 2 to 3 hours long, and I don't really feel like streaming until 11, 12. I don't know. I did my main goal here. We'll finish this since it's just on there. Why not? We'll go do that. I can save Sino and Chiori's story quests for another stream next weekend, I guess. It'll be like next Friday. Don't pull for Emily, then she will be nasty. What if I want to, huh? Huh? You have entered the picture taking area. Wait till 8 to 10. What the hell is the crossed out red cross logo above health, and why is some health in red? That's a new mechanic with Arlecino and Clorand that's called the Bond of Life. the red cross that's crossed out is saying that she cannot be healed through traditional means, and the red line informs you that she has built up a meter called the Bond of Life, which she deals more damage with when you use her elemental skill. Also, chat, is 5 spicy emotes too spicy? Asking for a friend. Spoilers of taking pictures. I know, I'm the worst. Enjoy my pictures. What am I supposed to take? Take a picture of the jade mount and the pearl mounted on it? Is there a pearl there? Oh. Perfect. I love how it just takes out Claran. Didn't realize which one we were looking at. Well, if you want to shit yourself, her talent, like her second talent actually requires a lot of reading. I didn't read. I typically don't read characters' talents unless I really don't understand it. But I'll just play with them for a bit and figure out their mechanic. Is there a reason why that thing went flying? Huh. Ha! Oh. Okay, fine. Maybe I will chase you then. Oh! What? Why did they turn into berries? Oh! Is it... Okay, well now we have 2 of 3 cups. Do I have a third, 4th butterfly somewhere? Are you a butterfly? I don't see any other butterflies, but I am going to grab this. What's my percentage here? 98. We're actually accidentally getting goodies here. Dang, so that's how bad Star Rail talents are gonna look like in 2 years? I mean, pretty much. It's only recently. They've only introduced the Bond of Life mechanic with these last 2 characters. So it's not something that you necessarily really need to know about yet. And I don't know how many characters are actually going to use it beyond these 2. Oh, hey, there's another butterfly up here. Hello, Wasabi! Oh, that's a big boy chest. That was worth accidentally stumbling into. Oh, her Bond of Life is for the healing? That's kind of weird. Don't mind if I do.
If these items are unclaimed, we may take them without controversy.
Excellent. Oh, we're still 98%, so we're missing... Still missing some doodads.
Ready.
Seven to 8 p.m. How am I feeling? I'm hanging in there. As far as objectively, feeling better than yesterday, yes. Do I still have issues? Also, yes. But better than yesterday. There is a roly-coly in the chat for the people that would like a Pokemans. I always hate that my copy-paste on this tablet, it'll let me do it like maybe 4 times and then it just forgets it. That's rude. Oh, maybe it was actually, was it 5 p.m. or 7? Was it 1700? No, it was 7 p.m. Should have trusted myself. This is such a random quest that I left myself. I did everything else, but... I can see why I was like, nah, I'll do this later. Can I give... Stops at the right side of the rocks. Oh, there you are. Thanks!
If these items are unclaimed, we may take them without controversy.
Oh my god, I got the roly-coly. We're at 99% now. Nice. I never finished these two, but I got very close, and now we're accidentally just knocking out the final couple percent, I guess. That's the nice thing about having quests to do, is that they'll tend to bring you to areas that you may have overlooked. God, I see those... I see the mineral that you need for Cloud Retainer, and I'm just like, having to grab that. Help me. Why are you in a Hilitrol camp? This is your own fault.
Time to testify. Loaded.
Hang on, don't come any closer. Are you good people? I'm just here to take a picture. Did you hit your head on something, or... So you're participating in the photography contest too? Trolls don't also collect tolls, do they? Preposterous. Luckily I ran to you guys. Yeah, today was a tough day for you indeed. I bought a rather expensive camera from a Fontaine merchant, but it broke after only a few uses. When I went to find him, he was gone. What a shady guy. Better be sure to keep an eye on your wallet while you're out and about. Thanks. The tea tasting adeptus. I can't read today. I do like this region. It's very pretty. Wait until 7 to 8 p.m. Are we past 8 p.m. now? Damn it. Wait, that's 5 to 6. Whoops. It's kind of wild to think that this game has been out for almost 4 years now. It's also like hot damn because Natlan's coming out later this year, which means Snezhnaya is coming out next year, and that's been something that's been like obviously talked about in game since 1.0, so that's wild to think that we're gonna actually get to go there and see what it's like.
A duel is a battle of wills, and
That's
the
pretty.
sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear,
Half her sword. Oh my god. I could have lost and gotten Alhathan's sword, but I got Cloran's sword, baby! You stopped playing after you beat Raiden. Ironically, I'd say exploration in Sumeru and Fontaine is a lot better than the first 3 regions. Like, I feel spoiled. I feel spoiled when I go through Sumeru and Fontaine. And then going back to the earlier areas is like, where are my quality of life improvements? Here are my photos. Blush, you're not the one who took these photos. Paimon was just feeling flattered on your behalf. That's kind of funny, actually. From 8 in the morning until 6 at night. Wait until the next day. We're doing a lot of time traveling for this one quest. Happy Monday, Mako! Hello! How are you? Well, I am playing the ever-colorful Genshin Impact, and it has been a good stream so far, and I miraculously got one of my favorite characters 5-star weapons on a whim by making a D's nuts joke, so, you know, I'd say it's going okay. A total of 8 works have been selected, and half of them are mine. Wow. Woo! It's 4 out of 8, actually. Oh, we got to see the pictures that we didn't take. It's been long enough. Does it actually... Yeah, it credits you with the photos, too. That's awesome. Yeah, my pictures are obviously, like, incredible. I like all the birds in this one. Anonymous? Who signed up as anonymous, huh? Yay! I wanted to clap with them. Matt, I liked your photo. I know you said that this quest was a spoiler, but I like your photo. I think that only gave me, what, like 30 something? Yeah. 79, regrettably, I don't have anything else that I can tee-hee. Yeah, I don't have anything else I can be like, wow, surprise. I have so many of these points, and I just don't use it on anything. I don't even really need any of these, so maybe I could pick these up because I just use them, but like, how many do I have? 157. I don't really need to do that. I don't know what else to do. I don't really want to do Sino's story quest right now because it's probably going to be like another 3-hour venture, and I'd rather save that for another time. Go date some characters? Okay, well these are the characters I have available to me because I've done all of these ones. I've been typically just doing it from oldest to newest, which means that Heizo would be next, except I have a little interest in Heizo at this moment in time. If I were to... No, the Kave, even better. I would have her stream that one. We'll have Rose play through the Kave quest for me. But as far as my personal preference, it'd probably be either Kaya or Lynette right now. We'll say hi to Lynette. Why not? Is that Lynette with a little kitty? Oh, where's my kitty?
Meow.
Approach stealthily. Oh my god, the cat outed me.
Oh, it's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me.
Is someone out to kidnap you?
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making. Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
I see. So they sent someone to find you and bring you back, but why?
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show.
The lead role?
Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them.
I like how her ear is like flopped to the side a little bit.
Anyway,
That's
it
cute.
just so happened that a director called Mary who had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
So this is the dramatic debut of the magician's puppet, huh?
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet. In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So, I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form.
That does sound very avant-garde. But can people understand the plot?
Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says. Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that. But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
For once you weren't able to use Linny as a human shield.
The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage.
I like the bow tie on the cat.
Sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad.
I take it Bonnie's her pet cat.
No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
And you've already named her?
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie? Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise.
Owner, not a stray cat then. Ah, yes, the stray cat with the bow tie. The traveler is a genius.
Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer,
Baby!
her owner's probably worried sick about her.
Hello, speaking
Assuming
of
she has an owner, that is.
beautiful kitties, hello!
But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
Is this a tough decision for you?
Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine. So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him.
But for once he's not here when you need him. Bet that doesn't happen often.
It's fine. He got Ferminate to make me a little something for just this situation. Poof! A photometer.
I like how we're going, what's this? But then we learned about it during Cloran's story quest. What's this?
It looks pretty over the top, I know.
but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple so it'd be harder to break. The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the card.
And how does that help you make a decision?
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
5 or higher. If there's 20 cards, then you just want to help the cat anyway. Just do it.
I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards.
The heart of
and
the
my
cards!
fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Linny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration. Huh, I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
I feel like maybe this wasn't a design issue.
Let's see... Which card did I get? 4.
Less than 5, so that means no helping Bonnie.
Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate.
My god, she's literally finding any reason. Just hang out with the cat already!
If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
I think what Linny really meant is sometimes you have to accept the answer you didn't want.
Or... Why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means... our fates are, like, interfering with each other.
You should leave the razzle-dazzling to Linny.
Thank you. This one is final, I promise.
Yeah, we're not gonna get a single water type.
Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it.
Oh,
Now
did
that
you
I've got a
lose
good
your bow
problem solver here
tie?
to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
Hold on. Where is it? Where'd it go, buddy? Did you knock it under the TV stand? You did! You ready? What? Don't mind me, I'm also playing with my cat while talking to the cat girl about helping a cat. There are layers into this. Slaps all cats? No! Let's see, I think you should head back to the drinks reception. I think you should help Bonnie. Let's leave this one to fate. How about you do neither? Hey, those things are worrying you. Just fuck off. Just do a secret third option. Let's help the cat because we're talking about cats.
So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
How do you plan to find Bonnie's owner?
I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
Sure, if it means I get to hang out with you for a bit longer.
Ready.
Can you imagine this is how Cloran does her daily, her day-to-day, like, moving around Fontaine? I'd be like, Jesus Christ. Meow. Meow.
Every stupendous day starts with a Steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with?
Any commissions in there about a missing cat?
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Meow.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long.
You just have to answer the commission.
I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
Looking forward to it.
Alright, see you then.
I'll be there. Oh, I thought they lived on the other side of town. I guess they don't. I kind of forgot that they lived here. Whoops.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two.
What's going on?
Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
But I wanted
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
Passive checks are a special type of checks that need not be actively triggered, but instead will automatically trigger at specific times. If you pass, you'll find some hidden information. I like how this game, like Genshin, is just slowly incorporating like D&D stuff into it. She's lying. The way she speaks is loud and authoritative. It's like she's deliberately using her tone of voice to dispel any doubts about her integrity.
No. It's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
How about we let Bonnie decide?
Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
Animal handling. Let's see who Bonnie Boner Mender Bonnie decides to approach. I didn't realize that they had incorporated it this long ago. I mean, I guess her story hangout was only like an update or two ago, but still. Nice.
Well, this complicates things.
It seems she quite likes me.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
And how are you so sure she belongs to you?
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is.
What's the Humane Society?
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. You're the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat?
Why do you dislike
If it turns
Bernard?
out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
With us here to keep watch, it should be fine.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends. Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
So, is this your friend's cat?
Oh, yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here... Bonnie was her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation.
Exclamation point!
A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But... it looks like I overestimated him.
If I were on the run, I don't think I'd come back either. I would never leave my cat behind.
The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
You would leave my cat behind? No, you would not. He's too important. He's a very handsome boy. So what's being smuggled?
A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth. We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly. After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner.
Who is he exactly?
He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
Gosh darn it, Pierre.
Lafayette.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson.
Poisson.
In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him.
A sword with a snake wound around it.
At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lafayette family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine.
There is a ninjask in the chat. Come get your Pokemans. Hiya. Oh, I guess I should have used the safari ball there. Oops, my bad.
Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the Guards and the Special Patrol are all searching for him.
Could his family be hiding him?
That's not possible, actually. The Lefebvre family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, family's power and influence took quite the hit.
Oh, is that the family that kidnapped her when she was younger?
The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is.
Is it really okay to share all this information with us?
Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice. There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout.
Baby.
If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that.
So we should keep Bonnie with us for the time being.
I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
You don't look so good.
It's nothing. I'm fine. It's
Liar.
Just the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago. It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened.
Then the assassin Elodie mentioned.
Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years. I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again.
Are you okay? Meow?
Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Lenny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job. Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremine to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time.
You think he knows about Pierre?
It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though.
Do you think Lynette uses a litter box? Why did you even feel like typing that out?
Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
Based on her anatomy, no. Like, you're done? Like, you can send it to me kinda done? Done first part. Eyeball emoji, okay. She uses a litter box with Paimon and Ito. That's also cursed. Along the way, are we going somewhere?
Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out.
Are you trying to help? Oh, shit.
Maybe we'll run into Lenny along the way.
Are you trying to help out Lenny with his investigation, or are you trying to prove yourself?
A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what.
At Rose. Eyeball emoji. Sometimes you've just gotta take the bull by the horns. Oh, I hope... Oh, there we go.
Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
You're such a good boy. You're so handsome. Go play. Go play. Chat, does Lynette use a litter box? No. You don't just ask chat when I tell you no. Yo, Chevy and,
Lynette,
Linny are here.
Not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shavras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Chat, does Linny watch his Lynette uses a litter box? You're not making it a poll! Where's the no? You can't just have 3 yeses! I can't. We meet again!
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Linny's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Linny as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
Are you here because of the Lafayette case?
So you've heard everything then?
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved. Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that Harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything. I sought Mr. Linny's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more.
You're really teaming up with the House of the Hearth?
The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for.
Hey, Rose, you know how we've been playing Tales of Arise again? Chevres and Shion, same voice actor. I'm assuming you wouldn't be opposed to some extra help?
Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Linny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
I know you want to protect your little sister, but little sisters don't stay little forever.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
Ruby, no.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
So that would mean Pierre is a bastard child?
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Wait, what happened?
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse.
Maybe we'll have to take our investigation somewhere else then.
Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson.
Poisson.
Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored.
No, I agree. Like, this one is actually strong enough that it could have been a story quest of its own. No, well, there was no option to say no, so it doesn't seem like a particularly fair poll.
Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
I question the poll always.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson.
Poisson. Questioning the poll means questioning life and death, then I am doing just that. Poisson. Yeah, I have to say it every time too. I don't know why, but whenever they say Poisson, I always have to say Poisson. What is it, Lynette?
You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
Meow.
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
She must have wandered off only after Pierre brought her to his secret base.
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Lynette could give it a try. I can give it a go. Meow, meow, meow. Damn it. There's a Beldum in the chat.
Ugh, guess she's a little skittish around strangers.
I'll leave it to you then.
Meow. Meow meow. Meow?
Meow. I meowed once and then my cat started moving.
Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the Court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow. Should that just be the rest of my stream? My commentary is just me meowing at you guys. $14 goes down in 12 minutes. What do? Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I don't think I need to sign on it right now, so that's fine, but... Oh no! What else is there to do? Oh snap. I don't know what I'm doing after this stream. I thought I was just gonna move over to my, streaming desk, and then... Who knows? I'd have Noodle on one monitor, and I don't know about the other yet, but I don't know.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
Bonnie's gonna take us out back.
Gardemex ahead.
Look out!
Give me some space.
Drop your weapons! Hands where I can see them!
Oh, he already has that.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight. Enough! Overruled.
I mean, I wouldn't say you should cry in a ball. I believe in you, Ruby. You'll figure it out.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the Special Patrol here and now. No questions asked.
Baby!
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made.
You can't call me Ruby when the game is offline. I can though. Because to me, Ruby is more than just a character in Final Fantasy XIV.
Looks like he's got more than just imitation synths stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away. But what are these other drugs for?
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare.
Doesn't it look similar to the material used for your magic pockets?
It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant.
Aww,
Even the
I'm sorry,
strings look
Ruby.
specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well. Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
He must have moved them, but carrying them all the way out here would attract way too much attention.
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here then?
The barrel shows signs of water damage, dried up water stains. Whoops. The autoplay is faster than my ability to read out loud.
Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth. It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
Chevres, could you please return to a banner? Okay, thanks. I have her at C0. I would like to have some constellations of this woman.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles, but if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
Yeah, I know that she needs constellations to be good, so I'm over here like, give me the constellations, please. What if the drop-off happened at sea? There'd be no one around to see him.
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water. If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
So he must have used something to tightly seal big bags full of air, turning him into airtight flotation devices.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
Barrels that could float away and get lost at sea sounds difficult to keep in one place, kind of like certain pets.
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel?
Come take a dip with me. No other reason.
I can't believe how much progress we're making with this investigation. Without your help, getting this far would have taken me an awful lot of time and manpower.
Why can't I talk to Cat? Terrible.
It's rare to see Lynette in serious mode. I wonder how long she'll keep it activated for.
Traveler, you're getting too close to the truth. I'm gonna drown you now, basically.
The wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place. This isn't the place.
What do you want from me? Well, excuse me, ma'am.
Got it. Time to go up and report.
This isn't the place. This isn't the place. This isn't the place. This
As
isn't
expected,
the place.
we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location.
Thank goodness they continue to censor their butts while swimming, or else you'd get too horny to play. Yeah, just never climb a cliff, Ruby.
We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
Why use such a convoluted drop-off method, though? Wouldn't it be easier for both parties to meet up at the transfer point on their respective vessels?
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
You have been perceived,
Let's not
Ruby.
jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation, likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
That explains why we couldn't find evidence linking him to any overseas operations.
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind.
Have you looked into the ports already?
Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border.
A small boat and a few barrels isn't going to get you very far.
You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections.
Well, even if we can't find any travel logs, we can still search for other clues. There's a Trumbeak in the chat. Get your safari balls out. You such a cutie.
Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumideus Harbor and see what you can find out?
Lumideus.
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
Hey, look. It's a handsome kitty just like you. Do you feel represented by Genshin? Oh. Such a good boy. Don't try to eat them. You don't need to eat them. That's not what they come here for. They're obviously here for Genshin Impact and not being bored by the cat. Maybe it's both.
Oh, Lynette, Traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you all here?
Her disguises.
Did something happen?
I mean, that's her actual outfit, but still. We're here to check the travelogues.
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine.
What are you doing here?
I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travelogues, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me.
Are things usually pretty hectic around here?
No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly. If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travelogues for all the recent activity at the port.
Bark, bark.
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me. Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Could it be because we just left the place where the imitation synth was made?
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
Humane Society.
The Humane Society.
The Humane Society. My cat is watching this story. We've encountered that organization before, right?
Their name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that, actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So, his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier.
The cat that fled from Pierre looks just like the cat that the Humane Society is looking for. Could that really be a coincidence? It seemed as if Bernard was also hiding something. He seemed so insistent, but only ran a cursory check before just leaving, just like that. When he came looking for Bonnie earlier, what if he wasn't actually there to check if Bonnie was his missing cat? Maybe he was there for some other purpose.
Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal disguised the goods? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
That's terrible! He was using the animals at his shelter to smuggle the simp!
Wait, what? The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
So that they wouldn't be digested.
And there were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water.
So that the animals would be able to breathe.
Those drug shovers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals.
So they would keep still in the floating barrels.
Pierre must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss.
Do you think Bonnie could have it in her stomach?
She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
Pierre must have fled in a hurry. That fact is probably what spared Bonnie.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those, what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them.
And if any of the simp leaked out, they would also have needed a lot of cleaning agents to get rid of the resulting smell.
That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
But Ruby, I got a 5-star during the stream, which is basically the same as you and I getting it together, so... Bark, bark.
Okay, then let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
Oh my god, he's neighbors with Farina.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Then why don't I feel happy? Do I need to use my credit card to feel happy? Don't use your credit card unless you actually intend on playing the game, Ruby. I'd say save it for Star Rail, because I know that would make you happier.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
after him! We can't let him get away! Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy. Have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his human wife and son at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
No one asked. Tell me, how did you first get to know Pierre?
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting. But then, Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
The side-eye. There was a hint of dishonesty in his trembling voice. He's lying.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport some animals.
Rose,
I'd
please.
suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer. I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods, too. I just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else. Look, I don't know, okay? I've never ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night. He said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
So where is that letter now?
I burned them. It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
Well, we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I know, I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, I really don't know what would have happened to this case.
Bonnie helped, too.
That's true. It was all thanks to her that Bernard was finally exposed.
Yay, Bonnie!
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well. Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other new leads.
What's up, Lynette? There's a masquerade in the chat. I feel like Barbie would appreciate that you were thinking of her. Ruby, your balls? Something on your mind still?
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite right. We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything new. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider?
There's an unexplained part in the operations of this trafficking ring.
Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing? There's no need to rush. Let's see if we can find any other suspicious points about this case.
About what we found in Poisson.
The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation.
I mean, Bonnie wasn't in Poisson.
Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow, when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home?
Congrats on using your Ohio Skibbity Gyat Sigma Riz ball, Ruby. That was very impressive. About Bernard's letters.
Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding. Is there something wrong with the letter?
The delivery.
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry. And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely? Perhaps we are now closing in on the truth.
I like how her talking to a cat ends up being a whole drug smuggling operation.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
They're about to leave. Is it really okay to let them go? We need a 20. I need more than 10. Wow.
Is everything really over? I still feel like
God, we're gonna
the
have to
relationship
try that
between
one again.
Pierre and Bernard is not as simple as it appears. Also, I've had this strange sense that something's off the entire time we've been on the case. And it has only gotten worse. No good. I've
Oh
still
my
got
God.
nothing, and I'm nearly out of energy.
Just leave it to Lenny.
Alright. I'll stop thinking about it, for now. At the very least, we've made it so that no more animals will suffer like those poor animals did.
I mean, she just shat 4 hearts, so there's that.
Let's go to the Humane Society and see if there are any animals left that might still need our
Yeah,
help.
she's really unimpressed that I didn't
my energy
roll
for
high
today
enough.
Completely runs out.
Okay, obviously it branches at the end there. Oh god, I need to roll, quote, roll high enough. Oh, I gotta go through her chat each time though, dang.
Is there still Bernard claim?
Igor Thomas.
If Bonnie had imitation and thinking about it.
Typically, they are choices, but this one seems to be slightly RNGesus, unfortunately.
The Marechaussee fan.
It's supposed to be easier based on what your responses are.
Why would he leave? Well,
Yeah, I fucked up on this one, so we're just gonna... Can I not connect these?
There's no need to rush.
Okay, well I'm still fucking up on that one, but let's see.
Now behave.
That hurt.
Oh, thank God. No, we can't let her get away. Hold it right there.
Is there something else you need from me, Traveler?
Bernard and Pierre, they weren't really acting alone, were they?
Huh?
I see. It all makes sense now.
Hey, what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
Bernard thought he was communicating with Pierre, and Pierre thought he was taking orders from Bernard. But all this time, neither of them knew that there was a third person all along.
That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom?
Any animals Pierre received from the floating barrels should have been taken directly to his base, and considering his precarious situation, the pendant should have been the last thing Pierre would leave lying around. Bonnie was the mastermind. Yes, we're gonna arrest the cat.
Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard. He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you. Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
They instructed the two men to communicate through letters and barrels specifically so that they'd never get to meet each other. Honestly, this third person probably planned to sell both of them out from the very beginning.
What? You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
With everything accounted for, the third person would then be cleared of all suspicion.
Wait. But that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, you explain his side of the story and the third person will...
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found again.
Did she fucking kill him?
Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base.
They then ambushed Pierre and made him disappear.
Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. Knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him, all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Bernard would then testify that Pierre was the one who came up with the whole plot, and Pierre would be seen as having gone into hiding in anticipation of getting caught.
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was still alive, it was also sent by the third person?
Is that what happened? I'll get back to headquarters right away and reinvestigate this case from the top.
I mean, the dog was following her earlier because she also smelled of imitation synth.
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
Dun dun dun!
Huh?
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my behavior.
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as planned. Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan.
And once the Special Patrol and Lenny got involved...
As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society.
A great option, of course, would be to also dispose of Bonnie and leave her body at Pierre's base in anticipation of a later discovery.
Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine.
However, something unexpected happened at the base. Bonnie managed to escape in the chaos.
It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth.
This cat has a bow tie.
Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
But you were extremely unlucky. There's a Clefairy in the chat!
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect.
You knew Linny was investigating the case of Chevreuse, and you also knew of Lynette's previous encounter with the family.
You used the Lefebvre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumiduce Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the Society?
By showing us the port's travelogues.
You even highlighted the Society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat.
Hey!
And then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels.
Congrats, Ruby. Once Bernard had placed the animals in the barrels, you'd open the lids and also dump in the raw materials. As long as you did it before Pierre came for his pickup, there'd be no one the wiser.
And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials and surreptitiously operated between them.
After that, you slip the raw materials into the barrels next to the animal.
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels.
Check
Having
Discord.
received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch.
I would give you all my stellar
truth
jade,
behind your smuggling ring.
but I don't have very many.
I can't believe it. I never put 2 and 2 together.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels, huh?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found, so you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefebvre name on him. After all, dead men tell no tales. But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
You could also keep him in a very cool environment to be handled later, or set a fire to make it look like he had burned himself to a crisp. An example of such a place may be somewhere in your own boat. Underneath the waters.
There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him, or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
You're here too!
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts. And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any evidence after all this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear your name.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefebvres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the guards?
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefebvres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness, just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
So you played me like a fool after all? Ah!
What was that word you used? Ally? You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my ally? They were worthless scum. All of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefebvres too. They always just saw me as a tool. I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name, too. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door.
Right?
Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefebvre?
She's loving this. There's a hint of drama in the voice of the suddenly agitated Elodie. It feels like her anger may be part of some kind of bluff.
I don't, and neither do I care.
No one asked about your past.
Are you for real? Aren't you a Lefebvre victim too?
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke! Hey!
Hey! Is she gonna say the rest after this goes away? Or are we just gonna leave it at hey?
Don't come
There we
any
go.
closer.
What's that?
That small device that Elodie took out appears very crude, as if it's made from paper mache.
Know what this is? I've secretly planted loads of explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer and...
Yeah, she is Sparkle.
Whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees, they'll all be blown up into smithereens. Surely you bunch of goody two-shoes won't let that happen, right?
Attacker. God, I need a 9 or higher. I was trying to move. I was not able to move because I was pressing the D-pad instead of the,
Did you think I was blind? Gardamex, get him!
Gosh darn it.
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible. laid bare.
Busted so quickly, huh? Good thing I've already bought enough time to escape.
Now she's dead. Oh my god, the cat did it!
Phew. So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself.
What about that device she had?
This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
So she really was just bluffing.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
She also pretended like she had a villainous breakdown, as if she had no choice but to kill to escape her life.
Well, given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the society in person to plant explosives.
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning, and find someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come with me?
If statements are all you need, can Linny provide them on my behalf? I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted.
Yeah, can someone else do my statement for me so that I can have tea? Oh, seems I already forgot. Contemplation, what did she say again? What do you mean?
Ah, so you do remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our place. Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside of my door.
You can leave the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape. The materials have many other regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed. The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let through, and if not, they'd be returned to sender. Elodie probably used her position to replace a portion of the shipment with something else, before sending the whole shipment back to sender. Given that the foreign merchants who sent in the shipments were probably working with her in the first place, they likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received. We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
Yeah!
Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen her like that. Could it be because of a special someone? Based on information that we found, I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth... Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit. She started writing to him in Bernard's name. Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one of the most perceptive people I've ever known. Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy. I need to go give some statements on her behalf, so I'll leave the recharging to you.
Ready.
It's one way to cross the town.
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode.
I have questions about giving someone else's statements. Same, like, why don't they just ask Lynette later when she's, you know, less bedraggled?
Want some?
A cute kitty, please.
I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you.
There is a Geodude in the chat. Are you not interested in any follow-up developments from it?
Not at all. Information is indeed very important, but if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease. Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party?
The kitty.
Great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy.
The key isn't how long you spend in standby mode. With quality time, you should be able to recharge more quickly.
You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment.
When did you start to suspect her?
Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her.
Back then, she tried to get close to Bonnie.
Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base.
Always trust a cat.
Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good person. Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright.
True. My cat is a good judge of character. Oh my god, congrats on your Geodudes.
Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp. I mean, just look at Bonnie. She took a liking to you the moment you met.
Cute. Well, we've done 2 of 5, and I don't really feel like doing the rest right now. We did great, team. I don't think I have enough for a wish. See, look at that, 99. But hey, we did the Archon quest. I did a D's nuts joke and got her 5-star sword somehow. And we went on a random drug smuggling bust with Lynette because you wanted to do a hangout. These seem really drawn out and draining. It depends on the character because some of them are actually really short. Like the earlier ones, oh god. The earlier characters like Bennett and Barbara and them are actually fairly short. But like once you get through the main plot once, you can just skip over to different spots and it goes by pretty quick, but you did the first 5, yeah. Like they were, like the Mondstadt ones were fairly expedient, I would say. It just depends. Lynette's was on the longer side, but it was a good one, so I don't mind it. I don't mind that it ended up being like a whole, like, ooh, mystery. A plot. But yeah, that's also another reason why I was like, I don't know if I could handle doing either of these 4 right now, because if it's gonna end up being longer, I have to be in the mindset for them, you know? Now we have 104 Primo Gems. Gonna get C1 Chlorand in no time. Alright, well, I guess that will be it. Yeah, I'm glad that we had 0 water spawns this whole time. That was super helpful. Hello, handsome boy. I think he knows that I'm getting ready because he's coming over to say hi. You good boy? Alright. What's Noodle streaming today? Hades 2? That doesn't surprise me. Alrighty. Reported for no water spawns. You can report Pokemon community game. It's not my fault. Alrighty. Thank you all for hanging out on the random ass Monday stream. I almost said Tuesday because I'm used to it being Tuesday. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow with either a multi-world or a combo rando with Noodle and Habble and possibly Met. We will see. Let me set up. No, you're not. Don't chew. Don't chew my controller. You can't say possibly met every week. I can. I will continue to do so just because you said that I can't. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. I will see you tomorrow. My cat is a very goofy, handsome boy who wants to bite the wire to my controller, but all is well. I hope you have a fantastic week, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Sleep well and all that jazz.
There's a lot of very
3, 2, 1,
fascinating
go.
people
No,
in the
you the
academia.
best, Ruby.
Kinda makes me want to go
No,
study that.
you. Okay, bye.